Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is June 11th, 2026, 9:15 a.m. My name is Mike Kelly, the Chair of the Board of County Commissioners. We're here for a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer here.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick here.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Here.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
I'm here as well. We have a full board present today. At this time, we are going to hear a motion for executive session from Commissioner Hanslick.
I move that the board recess its open meeting and convene an executive session at 9:19 a.m. for a total period of 10 minutes for the purpose under KSA 754319B2 of consultation with legal counsel, which would be privileged in the attorney-client relationship to discuss potential litigation involving Johnson County Department of Financial Management and Administration, and to reconvene in open session in this room at approximately 9:29 a.m. The county manager, Assistant County Manager Darren Leiker, Financial Management and Administration Director Brent Christensen, and Chief Counsel will attend this discussion relating to potential litigation.
Allenbrand, second.
So moved by Commissioner
Chair,
Hanslick.
if I may, could we add the deputy county manager as well, please?
Amending that to include the Deputy County Manager.
Second again.
So moved by Commissioner Hanslick as amended, seconded by Commissioner Allenbrand. Would the clerk call the roll, please?
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye. That is 7 votes in favor and none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
All right, we'll be in recess. Thank you all very much for your patience. Hi, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're back out of executive session at 9:29. No action is being taken at this time. Therefore, absent objection from any of my fellow commissioners, we're going to now adjourn the special meeting. Thank you. Change the technology and prepare it for our regularly scheduled business meeting. We'll get started. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The time is now 9:30 on June 11th, 2026. My name is Mike Kelly, the Chair of the Board of County Commissioners for Johnson County, Kansas. I want to thank everybody for being here for today's meeting of the Board of County Commissioners or for watching online. We're going to start today by asking the clerk to please call the roll.
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Here.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, all are present today. We have a quorum and therefore a duly constituted meeting. I'd ask that you join me as you are so able and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us here today. If you wouldn't mind joining me, checking your cell phone or any other noise-making device that you may have brought with you and ensuring that it is silenced. We sure appreciate your cooperation with us. We're going to start today with a public comment portion of the agenda. This is an opportunity for folks to address the board assembled on county matters that do not appear on today's action agenda. We ask that if you do want to speak on an action item, that you register with that particular action item. And if you happen to speak on the action item during this general session, we're going to ask that you refrain and save your comments for the action item. We do ask that when you come to the dais, you state your name and the community in which you reside. We ask that you direct your comments to the board assembled, not to any particular commissioner. We do ask that members of the public refrain from remarks that are personally offensive, impertinent, profane, slanderous, remarks that would insult or demean any person or groups of persons. If we happen to stray into that kind of public comment, we'll provide a warning. If it continues, we will ask that you step aside from the dais. We do accept public comments virtually, though I don't believe there are any virtual public commenters that have registered today. So we're going to start with those who have registered for in-person public comment, starting with Brian Perkins.
Good morning, Brian Perkins here, residing in Lathrop, Kansas, and I am homeless. In Johnson County, if you have a traumatic life event and you're homeless for the first time, you're forced to make decisions that seem impossible. you have to downsize to items to what you can carry with you at all times. These decisions can provide some pretty traumatic events mentally. Situations like you having your phone shut off because you can't afford to pay the bill, and now you're relying only on available Wi-Fi networks. How are you going to handle situations like having a medical emergency? How are you going to dial 911 when you're in an emergency or in some sort of danger? How are you going to follow up on a job application that you applied for, or receive a phone call from the employer to set up an interview? How are you going to get case management set up? How you can check the weather to know what to prepare for, because we get some pretty inclement weather here in Kansas all year round. How are you going to get live updates on the bus to know where it's at? And the list does go on. Your driver's license or state ID was stolen or lost. How are you going to apply for SNAP? How are you going to receive food from Catholic Charities, because they require an ID for you to receive food? How are you going to order your birth certificate, because that's a form of ID that is needed in order to get your birth certificate reordered? Apply for housing to get on the wait list. Open a bank account. Gain employment, and the list does go on. Let's say you receive SSI, SSDI, or Social Security income, but the wait lists have hundreds of applications ahead of you. And property managements have changed their requirements for renters for eligible housing. Where are you going to sleep when there's not an existing emergency shelter in Johnson County? Where are you going to be housed when the wait lists have over hundreds of applicants on those? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Next, we'll go to Jeff Harkness.
Jeff Harkness, Kansas, Johnson County, Overland Park, and the Shawnee Mission area. Chairman, Commissioners, I found an article that it's comparing this time in our economic cycle as inflation being the same as it was back in '23. This is what the inflation rate back then is why we justified financing the medical health service building. Also, Overland Park did the same thing by financing the city market. I can remember the conservatives, I was like with them, I'm going, yeah, we still got 20 more years. This is why we need a 50-year treasury bond, so people get the full impact of what a 50-year project is. Now, and I've talked to people in the audience, and they were both 30 years old, roughly. The medical health service building, the Evergreen, was built at the same time the first TIF was built here in Johnson County out there at the Merriam Town Center. So what I've noticed is since we've taken the conservative element out of our city council meetings, now we're back to defund the police, dismantle America, and cancel our culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harkness. Next, we'll have LaRon Crowley Didell.
Hi, my name is LaRon Crowley Didell, Johnson County, Olathe, Kansas. And I just want to say that, I see homeless people all over the creation, mainly here in Johnson County, in Olathe, because, I saw, people being in tents, people being under blankets, people, they don't have no money, they don't have no home, they don't have no food to eat, and it's just a shame, and I'm just, my heart goes out for them. My heart, just drop every time I see that happen. Every time I see that particular person without nothing, and that's just heartbreaking to me. And it's just that, more money that we can't afford, that we can't work for, more jobs. It's just, more jobs just don't want to hire us because of the criminal background, this, that, and the third. But it's just heartbreaking that some of us, of the majority, have to go through something. And that's horrible. That's just, horrible just to see. And we got to do something. So basically, that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Galen Van Horn, excuse me.
Galen Van Horn, Lenexa. I'm requesting that you pull consent item 8. This really needs discussion. The bus ridership to this point has been abysmal. And for the amount of dollars that those of us that are hardworking, tax-paying citizens, it is a shame of what we are spending for this bus ridership. I know that this is in hopes of implementing and pushing bus transportation throughout the county after FIFA. But it will be at an incredible cost to those of us that are paying the bill. You must count the cost before pushing through the implementation of full bus ridership in this county. How much are we paying today for the riders that have been there? And I hope that information comes through after FIFA as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's all the registered public commenters that we have for today. Thank you, everybody, for your thoughts. At this time, I'd like to move to notes for the record. I'd like to please note, I will not be singing, but I will be signing the following. The first is an assignment and assumption of lease agreements related to bond documents. Additionally, I will be signing a request for consent to assignment of contract 2025-018, Rock Products from Ham Inc. to Martin Marietta Materials Inc. Additionally, I'll be signing an agreement with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment Division of Health Care Finance for Outreach Prevention and Early Intervention Services from July 1st, 2026 to June 30, 2027, with 3 additional one-year renewals at the option of the parties thereto and in written agreement of the parties. Additionally, I'll be signing an assignment and assumption of lease agreement and related industrial revenue bond documents in connection with buildings B1 and B2 at New Century Air Center pursuant to resolution number 08623 and resolution 080-24. I believe that's all the notes for the record for today, so we'll move on to the consent agenda. We have a consent agenda that has been printed. I have received requests from Commissioner Ashcraft to remove item number 8. Are there any further modifications to the proposed consent agenda? Seeing none, is there a motion? Commissioner Hanson.
I move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Allen Brand, second.
So moved by Commissioner Hansick and seconded by Commissioner Allenbrand. Would the clerk call the roll on the consent agenda as amended?
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allen Brand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, that's 7 in favor, none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Very good, thank you very much. Then we'll move on to the action items, starting with that item number 8 that was removed from the consent agenda. We'll have Mr. Arenado, our Assistant County Manager, explain this item for the amendment of a contract with Beacon Mobility DS Bus Lines, Inc. Mr. Otto, welcome back.
Thank you very much. Aaron Otto from the County Manager's Office. I hope this is the last time I think I will be before you with an action related to World Cup, because it's here. Today, the countdown clock hit 0, and very excited about what's starting out in Mexico City, and we'll travel up here next week. So one of the last things, we've talked for over a year about the airport service from Overland Park Convention Center and Lenexa City Center. One of the goals that we tried to achieve with that was 30-minute headways. We worked with our transit provider, Transdev, to try to achieve that goal. We've brought in over 70 drivers and mechanics, and having had a chance to ride in some of the buses and talk with them, they're very excited to be in Kansas City and asking where all the good barbecue is, so they're truly asking the right questions. But one of the challenges that we've had was trying to find enough drivers to meet the 30-minute headways going to the airport during World Cup. And so we started a search. We talked to KCATA and any other transit providers that we could find, and really, you're down to school districts, vendors that provide bus services for school districts, to supplement our service to make sure we could hit those 30-minute headways during World Cup. And so DS Bus Lines provides transportation services throughout Johnson County. So we have started an arrangement with them so that we could deliver the 30-day service starting last week, a 30-minute service starting last week. And Those drivers have started, again, they're kind of underemployed during the summer, obviously, because of school being out of session. What this agreement does is allows us to continue to have the 30-minute headways for the bus service through World Cup, and then switching back to 60 minutes after that, because these drivers obviously will need to go back to their school routes. Happy to answer any questions you might have on that. There was a little bit of a question, I think, about funding breakdowns. This is increasing what is been done by staff up to $74,900. That's staff's authority. This will take it up to $270 as a not to exceed, $270,000. This was planned in the budget, so it's not necessarily new money per se. The breakdown of funding is an 80-20 split, just like the rest of the airport route. So the obligation of the local match is roughly about $54,000 of the $270. Happy to try to answer any questions I can be helpful with.
Mr. Otto, thank you very much. So just to clarify, you're not asking for additional funding. This is funding that was designated for the service. It may impact the longevity of the service at the end of the day, absent additional action by the board. But we're not asking for additional funding at this time. This was a contemplated expense.
Thank you for that clarification. That's actually absolutely correct.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Allenbrand.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Otto, I want to thank you for all your work that you've done putting this all together. So I know it hasn't been easy, and I know it takes a team of people. But I know there was a young lady from Lenexa who lives in those apartments over there that actually took that bus to the airport and had nothing to do with the World Cup, but had the ability to ride that bus and go directly and walk to her apartment. So I thought I just wanted to share that with you. That it saved her money by driving her car over and paying for parking, so she was very grateful. So I hope you see more of that. So thank you for what you're doing.
Appreciate the feedback, and thank you to the transit team that's built this. That really is the unsung heroes behind the scenes.
Commissioner Burr.
Thank you, Chair. So just want to give a couple reflections. The reality is we have made a commitment and an obligation during the World Cup to provide reliable, efficient, effective transit from the airport to some key drop-off points. Fair statement?
We worked with our city partners on trying to come up with a pilot program. We don't have any contractual obligations to FIFA to provide the service like KC-26 does, but the ongoing discussions for over a year with Overland Park and Lenexa focused around trying to hit a 30-minute target, and that's what we're trying to achieve with this.
And a good percentage of the hotels that are in the metro area are in Johnson County that we look to probably be obligated to some level during the tournament. What my concern is I support this because if we're not doing a 30-minute headway at some point in time, this transit solution doesn't really become a solution. But at the 30-minute headways, it's a viable solution to be used to move people, not only for their convenience, but really for the convenience of other folks on the roadway to hopefully not have what we anticipate the influx of traffic to be a detriment to folks trying to get to work and their daily appointments in life. Already, I've been hearing from residents who are booking transit to the stadium that some of those stops are already sold out. So I think we're seeing, as we've had quite a few social media and media stories about all our transit solutions, not just for our visitors, but for our residents to get around during this World Cup timeframe. And now that we are today starting, I think we're going to see that ramp up continue in usage, especially since we're already seeing some of those transit solutions to the actual game selling out at this point in time.
I might just add, and thank you for the comments, we are doing an optional survey on the bus, and we'll talk about that a little bit more during the manager's memo to get feedback about the experience, why they used it, questions about what would make them more inclined to use it in the future, or should it be continued. So we're trying to capture some of that data both during World Cup, but then also a post-World Cup period. And as the chairman mentioned, we envision this going at least a couple months beyond World Cup. So we'll have data from both segments at both of the 30-minute headway and the 60-minute headway to compare as we put a study together to present and share with you in the future about the longevity or not of this program.
And just a question for you, if this ends up being a viable go-forward transportation solution based on ridership and based on usage, that we can, in the future, potentially entertain that this is not a free service, that this could be a fee service.
Absolutely, both a free service and the service may look different. It may be different locations, it may have parking options. There's a lot that could be variables that could be changed in a future program.
And this experience is helping you get there.
There-
Thank you.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Otto, a couple of questions. First, could you elaborate a little bit on the exemption to competition insertion for this item?
Yeah, so there's a limited segment within the Kansas City region of available drivers that are qualified to operate our vehicles. And so we did, like I said, reach out to a number of organizations, but did not go through the formal RFP process due to the time factor of it. That's why it's in front of you as an exemption to competition. But like I mentioned earlier, we talked to KCATA and a couple other groups to try to see if there was any other locally sourced, because it would have been an additional budget would have been requested if we had to import more drivers through our current TransDev provider, because we would have had housing expenses and food expenses for them as well. So this was seen as a solution that utilized kind of domestic resources, if you will.
Very good. Second question. We began this service about a week ago, as I understand, and I was wondering, many times you have programs like this and you have a week or even a month to kind of work out the kinks to make sure the system flows as expected, particularly trying to maintain a timeline of 30-minute increments is a challenge, I suspect. So having said that, are your ridership numbers more or less where you were expecting them? And do you expect an increase from this first week's turnaround numbers?
Yeah, it's a great question. And so just as a reminder, this is a pretty exceptional service for Johnson County, both in the number of hours it operates in a day is much larger than typical service. It is last weekend was our first Saturday and Sunday service that we believe Johnson County Transit's ever offered, which started as a commuter service and has matured to what it is today. And so we've seen roughly, to go to your operational questions, about an 87% on-time service, which is good, considering there's some pretty big distances that could potentially have traffic or construction issues, but we've seen that that's a good rate to compare to. And the survey results so far have been amazing, quite frankly. Anywhere from, we asked people to rate the service excellent, good, poor, very poor, and of the survey respondents, we're sitting at like 95% saying it's excellent. And so it gives you an idea of those. But we also ask for feedback about what are ways that would make you more likely to utilize the service in the future. And so we're trying to capture that information as part of that study that might help inform you whether or not you would like to continue this at some point in the future in some different form.
Clarification. I too have heard that the service is very nice, but I was wondering about the volume. Are your numbers for the first week what you expected, and do you expect an increase? I mean, I guess the games officially start today, right?
First game in Mexico at 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
First game in Kansas City next Tuesday.
Okay. Well, we won't benefit from Mexico, but hopefully by next Tuesday.
Only shop and eat.
Yeah.
So because it's such and the reason I thank you for your clarifying question. The reason I pointed out that it's such a different service for Johnson County based on its hours, its frequency, and its days that it serves, is to show that it's been hard to predict what will be coming. And our average was about 25 riders per day in the first week. And we've seen that slowly starting to grow. And I think as word kind of gets around, we're starting to do some social media messaging around it as well now that the service is opened. Normally you would kind of do a soft opening. We went right at it last Monday and started riding. And I went out one of those routes and, and I think one of the kind of surprises to me is that Lenexa City Center has had some pretty good take-up. I thought Overland Park, they'd be kind of balanced, but it's a little bit leaning towards Lenexa City Center at this point. And it literally is a 30-minute ride, door to door from Lenexa City Center. It's a very nice setup. Not to mention, obviously, the Link service started, today is day 2, or starting day 3, started on Tuesday. Lenexa City Center is a great stop where there are 2 transit stops, the airport route, and that circulator running through there as well. So there's just, the connectivity is starting to come together very nicely.
Commissioner Hansel,
I would be glad to make a motion.
why don't you go ahead?
I move to authorize an exception to competition and amendment of a contract with Beacon Mobility DS Bus Lines, Inc. for the operation of 10 buses to provide supplemental airport express bus service in an amount not to exceed $270,000 from June 1st, 2026 through July 17th, 2026.
Allenbrand, second.
So moved by Commissioner Hanslick, seconded by Commissioner Allenbrand. Commissioner Brewer.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's fair also to point out, I believe Mark is doing a regional study on all the transportation solutions that are occurring during World Cup to help us inform go-forward decisions and learning opportunities. So I know that study is a part of kind of the big picture transportation that's going on across the region. Then also, I do need to note, I am pleased to see that we are contracting for local drivers. I think you bring up an important point. We're able to engage with local regional residents and provide further employment solutions for them during this time. So it's a win for us and it's a win for them. And I know this first week was a test, and I think we've got to keep that in mind. I think we began that route before, our expectation of when folks will start coming in larger numbers so that we work out the kinks. And Mr. Otto, I was very happy to hear in your early information that in that test, that small window of test week, we're already hitting that 87% on-time arrival. That's a good indicator, and I hope we only improve from there, but we needed that week to kind of understand some of the transportation challenges, certainly at certain times of the day, if that's going to look different, and what we need to accommodate that. So I appreciate that you did that test week. Thank you.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will support this item because for me, it's basically a procedural step in order to address the mechanics of providing this service. I do recognize that there is a segment of the population that has a strong interest in mass transit of this nature. And I also recognize that Mr. Otto is dealing with some tenuous projected expectations. We just don't know, but we do have a realization that FIFA at other times and other places have had a significant impact on those populations. So I commend staff for trying to address it with the resources available. Long-term, I am cautious about supporting systems like this because they are expensive, and I would look forward to a compelling argument for how we continue operations after this initial funding cycle. Thank you.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Thank you. I just want to point out, as I've done in other conversations, we underwrite people who have cars by billions of dollars in this state. And those who don't have cars, I think we have to keep in mind that they also deserve the opportunity for transportation.
Well, I appreciate the discussion. Well, the matter here before us is, to your point, Commissioner Ashcraft, procedural. Obviously, there are strong opinions and hopes and desires for the community about infrastructure. Investments in transit is infrastructure. I think we all look forward to a more broad conversation once we have a little bit of data in hand. Give things an opportunity to move forward, make sure that residents understand that the service is available, not just for visitors, but for residents, and then we can have that broader conversation. So to that point, the motion is before us, has been made and seconded. Therefore, I'm going to ask the clerk to go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, that's 7 in favor and none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Otto. We'll move on at this time to item number 10. Item number 10 is RFP 2025-048. It's considering a contract with Trio Community Meals for the Johnson County Area Agency on Aging Nutrition Kitchen Services with one-year option, or one-year contract, option to renew for 4 one-year terms. Carol Kolner from Aging and Human Services, here back before us again. Welcome back.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners and Chair Kelly. Carol Kolner, Deputy Director of the Area Agency on Aging, and I'm here to ask for consent for a contract with TRIO. We put an RFP out there, and there were 3 companies that applied for it. We chose TRIO. The committee all chose TRIO as the number one. One, based on the historical, we've been in contract with them since 2011. And also, they were the only ones that had a emergency plan in case the kitchen were to close for some reason, or there was we weren't able to serve the clients. They have a contract with Mark also, which is a very close partner with us, and some of the other AAAs. So they are able to use employees from local areas to help in case something happens. And with our kitchen moving next year, there's a potential we can go into it saying everything's going to work perfect, but that'll be the day the electricity doesn't work or something that they've plugged in, the ovens don't work. So they were the ones that had a plan for that. And so that's why we chose them. It's for $1,167,000. It would be funded with federal funds. And I'm here for any questions you guys might have.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Kolner, for the presentation, the services that you provide through AHS. Pretty clear from the metrics that TRIO is the number one choice, and I appreciate recognizing that you're not asking for additional budget, and this would be covered through federal funds. So I have no questions, and I'll support your request. Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Holman, for the presentation. I'm supportive of this item. I just noticed that the budgetary estimated cost for this was $1 million, and this is just a little bit over, but it seems to be reasonable. I just didn't know, is it because we're getting hit by the inflation? Is that the main reason?
Yes.
And do we think it's more towards food or gas or combination of everything involved?
It's mostly the food increases. And I believe that $1 million that's written on there was what the contract was the last time we did it. So everything has gone up a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kolner, whenever I look at these reviews, I do have a tendency to look at cost, and I noticed that Firm C was slightly less expensive. So I wanted to ask what I often ask is, so what's the compelling reason for selecting TRIO over Firm C, which is the apparent low bid?
One of the reasons is TRIO was the only one of the 3 that did meals for older adults. The other 2 mostly did prisons or jails, which is a different federal nutrition requirement. TRIO has a track record of meals for older adults across the nation and really locally. So that was one of our driving forces. And we also have surveys that go out every year to our clients, and they've all been very highly regarded as good quality. They like the taste of it, and the food is good. They like it.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not seeing further questions at this time. Commissioner Hansel, please go
I'd be
ahead.
glad to make the motion.
Why don't you? Thank you.
I move to authorize a contract with TRIO Community Meals for the Johnson County Area Agency on Aging Nutrition Kitchen Services at a cost not to exceed $1,167,748 for a period of 1 year, with the option to renew for an additional 4 one-year periods per RFP 2025-048.
Myers, second.
So moved by Commissioner Hanslet, seconded by Commissioner Myers. Seeing no further questions or comments, would the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Fest.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allen Brand.
Allen Brand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, that's 7 in favor, none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Very good. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. We'll now take up item number 11. This is resolution number 078-26. It considers declaring the property located at 8500 Grandview Lane, Overland Park to be surplus and authorizing its transfer to Friends of JCDS Inc., subject to certain conditions, and authorizing the chair to execute documents necessary for or incidental to such transfer. Adam Norris from the County Manager's Office here before us today to discuss this item that is coming before us. Very good. Mr. Norris, welcome back.
All right, thank you. So Heather McNeve's going to assist me here a little bit with a few of these slides. So we're here to talk about the transfer of 8500 Grandview to Friends of JCDS. So here's a map and an area picture to show the location of this property. And why are we recommending disposition of this? This is a 0.2 acre lot in Central Overland Park. It's a almost 3,400 square foot building. It was constructed in 1957 and MedAct operated in there until 2024 when they moved operations to the Lenexa station. We don't have a current or anticipated need for this property going forward. It's limited in the footprint, the size, location constraints. Those are all limiting factors and would not prove to be beneficial for the county to continue ownership and maintenance of this building.
Hello, Heather McNeve, Housing Services Director. So the Friends of JCDS proposal is adaptive reuse of the existing structure into residential housing. So adaptive reuse is the creative repurposing of an existing structure, in this case from civic to residential purposes. You can see they want to do at least a duplex at the site. Once they go through the rezoning and planning process, they might do a triplex. They want to do 2 bedrooms, 1 bath units. So earlier this year, Friends presented a proposal to the Housing and Community Development Advisory Committee. They're being recommended for $500,000 of funding through HOME to help with the rehab costs associated with the project. That award can only be made by this body, this board, and that will come before you later this fall after some due diligence and rezoning. This site will accept housing choice vouchers or Section 8. There's a 15-year affordability period, and it will be subject to inspections and monitoring by my office. We'll have a deed restriction and a soft second mortgage in place to ensure that the property is used for affordable housing.
All right, thank you. So moving on. So we brought this before the Ad Hoc Housing Work Group on April 23rd. We reviewed this in context of the recently adopted land policy. This was unanimously recommended to bring forward to the board for consideration. Some of the reasons for this include, meeting the land policy, but also advancing several of these areas in the board adopted housing focus area. So this complies with the surplus policy, surplus property policy and procedure. I included that as an exhibit in your agenda packet. So we would ask that 8,500 Grandview is to be declared a surplus property and authorize the transfer of this property to Friends of JCDS. This also helps with if we transfer it without any fees or costs associated with this helps them with their application. It makes them more competitive in their funding process. One thing I would like to add is upon further discussions with JCDS, they agreed to a 30-year affordability period as opposed to a 15, so we've doubled the affordability period. So with that, any questions?
Ms. Norris and Ms. McNeve, thank you very much for the presentation. There's some registered public commenters that are going to have the opportunity to speak on this next. So I'd ask the clerk to prepare us to receive those public comments. All right, we'll welcome Mr. Ben Hobart.
Ben Hobart, Westwood Hills. Chairman Kelly and Commissioners, after analysis of your resolution, the briefing sheet, and KSA 19.211, it is my judgment that your resolution and the proposed transfer of the former MedAct station without public participation in the sale would be a violation of state law. 1, your surplus property policy and procedure purports to allow disposition of property, quote, by any method specifically authorized by the BOCC. 2, the BOCC does not have the authority to violate state law by adoption of procedures which do not comply with state law. 3, any alternative method for disposition of surplus property must comply with the minimum requirements of KSA 19-211B1, which provides, in lieu of following the procedures established in subsection A, a county commission may adopt a resolution establishing an alternative methodology for the disposal of property. Such alternate methodology for the disposal of property shall contain, at a minimum, procedures for A, notification of the public of the sale of the property to be sold, B, describing the property to be sold, and C, the method of sale, including but not limited to fixed price, negotiated bid, sealed bid, public auction, or any other method of sale which allows public participation. 4, both your briefing sheet and your resolution acknowledge that the property is marketable. You can't, by edict, violate the procedural minimums mandated by state law. 5, there is no applicable exception under KSA 19-211 for transfer to a not-for-profit under these circumstances. 6, I doubt that any reputable title company would ensure title over this clear violation of state law. 7, it is my judgment that the transfer will be null and void if a court were to review the issue. This board seeks to violate state law and deprive taxpayers of fair value for their property. Thank you for receiving my comments.
Thank you. Next, we will have Galen Van Horn.
Galen Van Horn, Lenexa. Thank you, Mr. Hobart, for your review. Chairman, Commissioners, your resolution 04526 states, whereas between 2018 and 23, ... median household income only increased by 18%. Then, whereas the costs for homeowners have risen 21% since 2019, and 20% of homeowners in Johnson County are housing cost burdened. Yes, 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 this is true for all homeowners in Johnson County. Our property taxes have increased to astronomical levels here. When this property transfers to Friends of JCDS, how will the property be appraised? Is Friends of JCDS considered a division of the county? Will property taxes be assessed? The 2026 appraised value for this property is $326,760. And in 2025, it was appraised for $329,370. If this is simply a transfer, who becomes the landowner? Additionally, will this property be appraised and taxes applied? Who pays the taxes? The schematic presented at the study session provided for a duplex, but it did not include very many details. Is this property a duplex or a triplex, or a single unit with dividing walls? I believe this property is zoned R1. So will the zoning be required by Overland Park? How will residents be identified and selected? Will selected residents receive educational, budget training, and job training? How will residents be held accountable for making rent, utility, insurance payments? Who will be responsible for the rehab of this property, both from cost and work, for $500,000? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Horn. We'll invite Mr. Norris and Ms. McNeve back up to the podium. I believe Commissioner Allenbrand wanted the first question here, so we'll go to Commissioner Allenbrand.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I think this is very creative, and I am looking forward to, I know they're probably going to review and look at different ways they can put some housing on there. We've got great relationships in other cities, and it has worked well. It's frustrating to me to hear people not seeing, I mean, you have a team of people over at JCDS that have worked tirelessly trying to get grants and other monies to help support this, not through taxpayer dollars. Janelle and Chad, I mean, and I know it takes a team, but they work hard and endless. You have people here that would end up being homeless. They would be in our jails. They would be at mental health issues. I mean, you know, I just thought it goes on, and it just, to have a place for them to go and that it's affordable. It's also providing jobs to the community and getting them back to work. I am 100% in favor of this. I appreciate the chair and your leadership in putting that subcommittee together and look at ways that we can help other taxpayers out there in providing homes for those who need to have the help and assistance.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think Ms. Van Horn's questions, most of them have already been answered previously, but we have people in our audience that would be able to give answers, I think, to almost every one of those questions. The question that everybody's waiting to hear the answer to, I think, would be, and I would never want to be in violation of state law, but legal, are we having a situation where we would be in violation of state law with this situation?
Chair and Commissioners, Peg Trent, Chief Counsel and Director of the Legal Department. As outlined in the resolution, state statute does delegate the authority to a county Board of County Commissioners to determine the process and procedure for disposal of surplus property. As indicated, there was a resolution adopted in 2009. It's specifically 030-09. And in that resolution, it outlined a process and procedure in which this board has authorized and operated under since 2009 on how to dispose of surplus property and how the process would unfold. Beyond that, the Commission also adopted recently in 26, which is Resolution 04526, a land policy of using county assets in this manner in which you had directed. So there's been ample notice, you followed and complied with state statute and how to proceed with this item. And it's all outlined in the resolution as well.
And so if I may, it sounds like we are not in violation of state law, or at least we don't believe we are. And I'm like Commissioner Allenbrand. I am 100% behind this item. I think it's doing exactly what we've asked to do through the ad hoc committee that Chairman has formed, and I think this falls right in line to what we've told all of the residents throughout Johnson County, what we were trying to do. And this is just one of the items, but it's a perfect example of, I think, how this ad hoc committee is really working towards having success at meeting some of the criteria and some of the goals that we set out from the beginning.
Thank you. Commissioner Brewer.
Well, Commissioner Myers asked the question and stated everything so well that I was going to ask and state, so I'll be happy to make the motion. I just will note, when you look at the location of the property, once again, it's nestled in other residential property. It had a very specific use for public safety that is no longer its identified use or need. And so it's going to have, regardless of its marketability, it's going to have a limited use that looking at the geographic location, to me, that best presents itself as housing. And as Commissioner Myers has already very eloquently said, we have stated since about 2018 as a Board of County Commissioners that housing is a priority, addressing attainable housing is a priority, and having tools to make that come to fruition is so important. So I'll be happy to make the motion when you are ready.
Well, thank you very much. We'll come back to you for that motion. Let me take a moment just to thank both of you for being on the ad hoc committee and for adopting policies that are moving Johnson County forward and helping us address a national housing crisis. We adopted this land policy less than 3 months ago, and we're already putting it to work, doing what we promised, examining our own properties to find housing solutions. And I gotta say, Friends of JCDS is an ideal partner. 25 houses throughout Johnson County to help those with intellectual and physical disabilities, plus the Floyd Street project to come. A group that knows what they're doing, that has results, that gets things done, that helps people who need it the most. I'm just very excited to continue working with you. Staff has got their hand up, so let me go to staff. If there's somebody from staff that needed to address something at this point.
Yes, I just wanted to echo some of the kudos to the team. You guys covered a lot of it, but additionally, the work that's happened with Adam, working with various departments, I do think that this is leadership in action from a staff level, working with all the community partners and the board across departments. So I probably can't list all the departments. I might ask Adam to list all the departments that were involved, but in particular, Housing, MedAct, JCDS, all the support departments, legal in particular, county manager's office. To me, it's the staff working across our department lines, our silos, to come up with innovative solutions, obviously working closely with the leadership that you already named.
Thank you. Commissioner Ashcraft is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Mr. Chairman, I've had some reservations about this item for a couple of reasons. I've had conversations with Mr. Norris, and he shared something in his presentation which was very helpful. I wanted to say that as I understand it, what was presented, this facility was, property was purchased in 1957. I would say that I remember that year well. I am actually that old. And that property has served the county well in that time, but its usefulness for the county has evaporated for a lot of different reasons. The question from the audience member about the statutory requirements does give me pause. I do believe, though, that the county attorney has looked at that and that she is confident that that expectation of applying or adhering to state statute is solid. A court may find differently, but that position, I think, is well researched and well argued. The concern I had was if this property were given to Friends of JCDS, what would be to stop them from turning it over for a profit in a few years? And when I talked to Mr. Norris previously, it was a 15-year cycle, and now it's 30. So that gives me some assurance that there will be a long-term benefit for that property, for those inhabitants and for that organization. Having said that, I wanted to verify, when the property was originally purchased, Mr. Norris, were there any restrictions on the funds that were used currently, if it were public safety sales tax funds, for example, for MedAct and those services? It had to be used in perpetuity, but given the age of this, were those just unrestricted funds, general funds? Do you have any knowledge? Is there any glitch with pursuing this issue in that regard?
No, we haven't found any. This is this asset is currently owned by the general fund, so that means there's no restrictions to the property.
Okay. Well, when I talked to Mr. Norris earlier with that 15-year window, I was asking if there would be any value of having some kind of first refusal if the Friends decided just to churn the property. But given that it's gone to a 30-year cycle, that makes a lot of sense. And while I have reservations about moving property from the general fund, given its utility being as limited as it is for the general use of taxpayers, I think that this is an appropriate reassignment. While I am not comfortable with moving taxpayer funds to a non-taxpayer organization, the history of JCDS Friends organization has been substantial and long-lasting, so I will be supporting this item.
Wonderful. Commissioner Hanslick.
Thank you. A couple questions, Mr. Norris. First of all, what would be the date of the transfer, should this body approve this action today?
Yeah, we'd have to work out all the executing documents with our team and the Friends team to make that transfer effective.
So I'm assuming within the next couple months?
Yeah, I would imagine the Friends group wants to get through some of the due diligence required in the home fund process. Yeah.
Okay.
So that'll give us ample time to do that.
And then how soon after the transfer would Friends of JCDS begin renovation, or is that still to be determined?
Yeah, I don't want to put words in their mouth. I know they're working with the planning staff in Overland Park right now. So that will somewhat be driven by the planning process in Overland Park.
Well, I'm very excited about this. This is in District 4, and that location is right in the middle of a residential area. I'm sure it was much different back in 1957, but I think it's perfect for this use. It's close to grocery store, close to transit, tucked right into a neighborhood. I can't think of a better use. I did want to ask to clarify, I think I know the answer to these questions, but first of all, is there any property tax currently paid on that land?
No.
No, zero. When and if Friends of JCDS have it, because they are a 501c3, there will be no property tax paid on it.
When it gets transferred, there may be property taxes liable during, but prior to occupancy, and then they go to the Board of Tax Appeals to make a request to have that exempt. So at the end of this process, in theory, it would be exempt again.
So the taxpayers aren't losing any tax money from this.
Correct.
This action. And then as to the people who will be living there, from the proposal, it looks like there might be up to 6 residents there. And these will be people who have disabilities, I'm assuming, because that's who Friends serves. These are not people that are working. They cannot work. They don't have jobs because they're disabled. And so I think it's really important to make that point that it would not make sense to put any kind of restriction like that on the residents of this property. So thanks for answering my questions, and really welcome. Come to District 4.
We've been around the horn once, so we'll ask Commissioner Brewer to get her motion on, and then we'll continue the conversation.
I move to approve and adopt resolution number 078-26, declaring the real property located at 8500 Grand View Lane, Overland Park, Kansas, to be surplus property, authorizing its transfer to Friends of JCDS Incorporated, subject to certain conditions, and authorizing the chair to execute documents necessary for or incidental to such transfer.
Allenbrand, second.
So moved by Commissioner Brewer, seconded by Commissioner Allenbrand. Further discussion, Commissioner Allenbrand.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that I have several communities that are in my district, and all the cities that they're in, they get along, the residential, the way they fit. It's been a good fit and no complaints, and they've been there for some time. I also want to say that I've also saw that, you know, even though they do have disabilities, if someone can do something to give back to the community, whether it be art, shredding documents, whatever, JCDS is going to find that niche for them. They go to the grocery store, they're able to put, if they have a handicap ramp, they're able to do that. I also feel very confident in looking at JCDS's mission statement. And this is something that's going to be around for a long time because it's so needed. So I feel confident in this, and I just wanted to let my fellow commissioners know, Commissioner Hanslick, you're going to get a really good group of people because I've had no complaints in my district. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Norris, a clarification, because we've made reference to this. Is this project moving forward contingent upon receiving home funds? If that's not successful, what happens?
Well, they've been recommended for home funds. That agreement would come before this board later this year. So they just need to go through the requirements that HUD has for that process.
Okay, so it's a procedure, okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that clarification. And second, Mr. Chair, building a little bit on what Commissioner Allen Brand was asking, these individuals, all due respect to Commissioner Hanslick, I mean, they could be working, could they not? Okay, that's what I thought. So staff is nodding their head. So the level of independence varies widely in this population, and these individuals have not been selected as far as I know. So they could all be, or some of them could be working. So just for that clarification, thank you.
Further questions or comments at this time? I'm not seeing any, therefore I would like to ask the clerk to call the roll on Commissioner Burr's motion.
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, yes.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Allen Brand.
Allen Brand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye. 7 in favor, none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Norris. We're going to move on at this time to item number 12. Item number 12 on your agenda is request for proposal number 2025-041. It's considering the authorization of a contract with Excella Inc. for enterprise permitting and licensing software maintenance and support. It's for a period of 3 years with the option to renew for an additional 2 one-year periods. Mr. Norris, putting on his other hat of hats.
All right.
To discuss this one. Mr. Norris, thank you.
Thank you. So this is an exciting project for us. So in the capital improvements plan that was approved last year in 2026, there was funding approved to advance this project. So I'm going to give a little background, talk about where we are, a solution, our funding, and so start with goal. Our goal from the beginning was to centralize our permitting, licensing, and development services to improve usability, visibility, and capabilities for the public and those that are making investments in our community, as well as our staff. A little bit of history here. So in about a decade ago, in 2016, JCW implemented this MGO, MPN, My Government Online permitting software. Planning and building codes came along in 2018 to use this same service. Currently, there's about $85,000 we pay to MGO for maintenance costs. There's been some minor improvements along the way, but we still have some significant issues with this software. So we did not implement it across the organization. Instead, we've kind of developed a patchwork and workarounds across our organization to kind of bridge these gaps. Some of this includes DTI in-house solutions that have been developed, and then sometimes we have manual processes and workarounds that help our team accomplish the work that they need to do. So we started this process in 2024 to develop an enterprise level program. We did an RFI at that time to gather information in anticipation of submitting for the CIP the following year. So here's some of the challenges we have. We have a lack of product support for current permitting software, limited functionality, and features in existing software applications. We spend about $182,000 in maintenance costs. That includes the contracts we pay that I just mentioned, as well as staff time with DTI. Then, in addition to that, we spend between 6,800 hours and 8,300 hours a year in our manual work processes. So that's a couple FTEs equivalent. An estimate of the staff time that entails is $360,000 to $450,000 a year. So what we're asking for is approval of the contract with Acela Software. They place first in our RFP process. This would centralize all the services with our office, DHE, Planning, Public Works, JCW, staff, and customers. And this solution, I talked about our project goals at the beginning of this. This meets all our project goals. And I think importantly, the last one is this is within the approved CIP funding that you all have authorized. I won't go through all these, but I think what is exciting about this project is that it touches virtually every focus area that you all have identified as a priority for us, with the exception of World Cup. So this is exciting, and very few times do we get to see a project like that can advance the priorities and goals that you have set for us. Talk a little bit about the funding here. So again, the CIP included $1.95 million in funding. That's different funding sources that I've laid out here on the spreadsheet. The yearly maintenance costs for this will be included in DTI's annual operating budget, so there'd be no additional county funding requested as part of this. And that bullet is a little bit different than the one in your packet. I apologize. I updated the funding sheet, the briefing sheet, and didn't update that bullet in your packet. So the revised planned implementation costs and annual maintenance schedule is included in the budget and shown in this chart below. So over the 3 years, we anticipate a cost of $2.377 million. We were able to negotiate about just under a 10% decrease once we identified this vendor. So we negotiated a fee down a little bit, a cost down a little bit after we selected. With that, any questions?
Well, Mr. Norris, thank you for the presentation and for the work on this. And I want to take just a quick step back. Everybody's really excited about the housing project that we just unanimously approved, and that's great. That hits one of our goals in housing that we're focused on. And while this may seem pretty county nerdy, and forgive the term, this is a really big deal. And one of the things that we continue to do as a county is try to continuously improve the way in which we provide services. Some of the services that we provide are permitting and licensing. And when we're talking about the development and the growth of Johnson County, the reinvestment that our community makes into Johnson County, how we interact with those folks impacts the ability and the desire for folks to invest into our community by making their customer experience better, by innovating and making the process more effective, more efficient, more streamlined. That's going to have that's going to improve our relationship with the developers, the investors, the homeowners, the property owners who want to reinvest into our community, and we're improving that quality of service. So that in and of itself is great. But we're also being more effective in the way that we work as various departments here, which I think is phenomenal. And by innovating and utilizing these new services, we're saving thousands of hours of manual processes that not only can it be tedious to do thousands of hours of manual process, we're improving the efficiency by not going through those manual processes where unintentionally sometimes mistakes get made. So we're providing a better service. We're improving our processes, and we're showing that continuous improvement in the way in which we operate as county government, plus supporting continued reinvestment into our community. So you can tell I'm excited about this one. So good job, Adam. Thank you very much. Commissioner Allenbrand?
Thank you, Chair, but you're being very gracious. I think this is huge. This is mega big. This is just unbelievable, and I applaud you and the team, because this is a perfect opportunity to start looking at ways that we can do things better, how we can incorporate more things and evaluate staff time and reorganize, so to speak. But, this is just big, and I come from the contractor background, so I know exactly what all the entities that are at work and what our staff is doing. So I really admire you for doing this, and I'd be more than happy to make a motion when you're ready, Chair.
I'll come back to you for it. Commissioner Brewer.
Thank you, Chair. This is covering a lot of different departments, so this is really important because the internal integration of data and understanding that data and just the flexibility. And I'm assuming because this I don't want to assume, so I'm going to ask a couple questions. With this covering as many different departments, does this data platform have a good amount of flexibility in it so you can customize some unique solutions depending on the need?
Yeah, yes, and that was one of the primary drivers for selecting this vendor over others, or why they ranked so high, is because of the ability for our team to may have a little bit of hands-on with this and make it more flexible for us, yes.
And I cannot underscore the importance of that enough, just because I have been around a number of different data platform responsibilities throughout my career, and there's nothing worse than having a data platform that is inflexible and becomes unusable, which sounds as though is what you had with at least one of your data platforms, which renders any savings you might have had gone because of its inflexibility. Am I correct that the work that this data platform will do around some of the permitting and such, those are activities that have fees associated?
Yes.
So cost, at least a portion of cost associated with this data platform, in addition to the efficiencies that it will gain, it's also offset by fees that are associated with the work that it does, with the issuing of permits and such that it does.
Yes, and then we update our permitting fees every year and look at the cost recovery of those, and then in the future, this could be part of, incorporated into the cost recovery of our permitting processes.
You answered one of my questions, and then my second question was going to be just time ROIs, just going forward. Will you be thoughtful of just looking at, you're able to analyze the amount of time that's spent in an inefficient system? Will you be able to take a look at that once this is fully up and operational?
Yeah, I'm going to be really curious of that myself, yes.
Awesome, thank you.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Norris, a couple of questions. I appreciate the analysis that staff attempted to do on the potential operational benefits in terms of staffing hours and costs. That's a good touch. I do appreciate it. Looking at it, it looks like it's between 3 and 4 FTEs at 2,000 hours a year. So will there be any corresponding staff reductions through attrition or transfers that will actually realize cost savings?
I think our cost savings is going to be seen in efficiency and productivity, where those employees, including the employees that are supporting our in-house solutions, can use their time for other higher priority projects than this. So I think it's productivity, and then mitigating against, we're a growing community. Our service demands are growing every year. So this mitigates against, future growth and FTE expansion.
Okay. And I do respect the attempt to try to better centralize and manage these disparate operations. I'm supportive of that. What I'm struggling with, though, and I've tried to tease out the cost comparisons between Excella, if I'm saying it correctly, and I'm looking at Firm B, The Excella is 1.9 in terms of the bid, and if the calculations are correct, firm B was about $723,000. They were on the other end. So there's over $1 million difference there. So my question is, what is the compelling reason to cover that $1 million gap, as it were?
Sure, yeah. So I hope we outlined those in the briefing sheet, but I think I'll say the reason we picked Acela, recommended Acela, I guess I should start with the fact that, as you know, as the board knows, the pricing component of these proposals is not something the selection team is made aware of till the very end, right? They score this outside of pricing. They try to find the one vendor that meets all our criteria and business needs, and the pricing is a component that's introduced after the fact, outside of the team's knowledge, okay? So I think why Acela was picked was because it presented the most user-friendly and intuitive solution, demonstrated the greatest number of requirements that were in the interview demonstration, exhibit a high level of organization, preparation, and professionalism throughout the interview and the demonstration and the question and answer sessions, and offered the most mature and comprehensive implementation and solution for support going forward, which you think has been something that we've needed for quite some time. And lastly, I guess I'd say I don't like to kind of push other people down to advocate your own position, but when you compare it to the Acela, or I should say the lowest cost vendor, I think was maybe focused more on land use in their processes and how their system versus what we needed, which was kind of a process and a workflow through permitting and licensing, and that wouldn't have necessarily achieved all the goals what we needed.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Thank you. One of, as the administrative arm of the state government, issuing permits and licenses is a requirement that the county has by the state. And so my question is there any support, financial support available through the state to help us, particularly with this purchase or with any of these functions? Or is it relying on, obviously, fees, but also taxpayer funding?
Yeah, I think the primary focus here is fees and taxpayer funding. I think there may be very limited processes that are supporting state functions and these things. You know, we're talking JCW permits, right? And aquatics permits in the health department. So, but that's something certainly we can make sure that we're at least asking if we find those opportunities.
Thank you.
Yep.
No, I appreciate the point, Commissioner Hanslick, an additional service that is required by the state, maybe one of those unfunded mandates, but at the same time, we'll always take partnership from the state if they want to partner with us here. But until then, we are the ones that we've been waiting for. And
Yes.
we'll continue to do things in the best way possible for the folks in Johnson County. Commissioner Allen Brand, you had a motion.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to say something really quickly. Mr. Norris, I thought you did a really good job explaining how you came up with using this company, because not always, just because they have a cheaper price, is the right company to go with. So I really appreciate your explanation. I thought you were right on target.
Thanks.
I move to authorize a contract with Acela, Inc. for enterprise permitting and licensing software maintenance and support at a cost not to exceed $2,378,000 per RFP 2025-041 for a period of 3 years with the option to renewal for an additional 2 one-year periods.
Hanslick, second.
So moved by Commissioner Allen Brand, seconded by Commissioner Hanslick. Further discussion, Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, reflecting on the briefing sheet, it looks like this proposal received interest from a wide variety of vendors. I think there were 21 who submitted proposals, and 3 finalists were selected after some kind of review. those three finalists were then considered. And while I appreciate Mr. Norris's enthusiasm for the project, and I share that enthusiasm, and the summary he offered, unlike Commissioner Allenbrand, I am not convinced that what was presented actually captures the magnitude of that $1 million gap. So my vote will reflect that concern.
Fair enough. No further questions or comments on this one? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, yes.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
No.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, that's 6 in favor and 1 against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Very good. In the interest of our closed captioners, Mr. Norris, please go ahead.
Could I say something real quick, please?
Yeah, please.
I'd like to acknowledge a couple people that were part of this that don't often get recognized. The DTI project management team in particular, Aaron Bell, Chris Hall sitting right here in the audience, Den and Conrad, also part of the project management team. This is a massive lift to coordinate 6 departments and their needs and to coalesce all that together, and also to get a contract done by a deadline to get a discount for the county. So just want to recognize their efforts. The 2 of them sitting here right now, so thanks to them. This was a big lift.
Yeah.
Good job.
Thank you very much, team. We appreciate you. For the sake of our closed captioners, we're going to take a brief break and be back at the top of the hour. We'll be in recess. Thank you all very much. Come on. Ready? Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your patience. We are going to move to what's item number 13 on your agenda. This is the rezoning and preliminary plat pursuant to resolution number 072-26 for a planned rural district, from planned rural district to planned residential neighborhood 2 district. A preliminary plat known as Reserve at Wolf Creek, 13 residential lots, 18560 and 18550 Lackman Road. Forgive me, the applicants are Phelps Engineering and Gerald Smith and Scott Living Trust. Karen Miller's here to present the item. Welcome back.
Thank you. Karen Miller with the Planning Department. This application is recommended for approval by the Consolidated Zoning Board and by staff. There were no public comments at the public hearing, and up on the screen is the general area surrounding this proposed subdivision. The property is outlined in blue and is located south of 183rd and Lackman. It's a rather unique position. It's ringed by the cities of Olathe to the north, Overland Park to the northeast, and Spring Hill to the south and west. And here's an aerial view of the subject property, again outlined in blue. It's approximately 35 acres. Currently it has planned rural zoning, and it fronts onto Lackman Road. Here's the proposed preliminary plat. The proposal is to rezone the property to the planned residential neighborhood 2 district. This is a type of residential zoning with a 2-acre minimum lot size. The preliminary plat is also requested for 13 residential lots to be known as Reserve at Wolf Creek. All lots are at least 2 acres and will take access from a new local road. Here is the local road. It'll be 187th Street. You'll notice that there's a permanent cul-de-sac at the end of this new local road, and it terminates at 2 lots at the end of the cul-de-sac. And then there's also a stub-out street with a temporary cul-de-sac that will abut the south property line. And this will be constructed in accordance with the county street construction standards for subdivisions. The purpose of the temporary cul-de-sac to the south is to allow future road connection to the adjacent property. And this is in accordance with the minimum subdivision standards for street connectivity. Discussion at the zoning board touched upon the importance of notifying future property owners about the possibility of a future extension of that stub street to the south. And also staff and the zoning board decided that it would be a good idea to put a note on the plat for future owners considering buying property. And we're also discussing between planning and public works putting a sign up at the end of that temporary cul-de-sac, just announcing that there might be a possibility of an extension of that road to the adjacent property. And then just one last thing, here again, outlined in blue is the subject property. And you'll notice that to the south and kind of slightly wrapping around to the west of the property that's Wolf Creek. And it's a very beautiful area, lots of trees, and also some very steep slopes and quite a bit of floodplain. So the connectivity with this subdivision is to the south. You'll see that this is open, it's flat, and it's a good place for future residential subdivisions. But to the north and to the west, it does have those steep slopes and floodplain, and that is not a good area for connectivity. And with that, I'll take further questions.
First of the draw.
Okay. Well, thank you for the information. I have a question about why this is coming before the board, because it as I understand it, it was unanimously passed by the zoning board and is recommended by staff. Is it to make sure there's public notice of that cul-de-sac, that temporary cul-de-sac?
Yeah, I think it was just to give the board an opportunity for discussion of that issue if they desired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I would just note, Commissioner Hensley, all of these have been coming before us this year, and I'm assuming in out years as well, because this is the fourth one in my district just since this year that we have taken action on. So I have a question, and then I have a couple questions, and I appreciate time with Mr. Leisig to talk about this development as it is in District 3. So the little carve out in the, let's call it the,
You're talking about
the
this-
southwest corner? Yeah,
Uh-huh.
There's an existing home there now, is that correct?
Yeah, this subject property is comprised of 2 lots, previously platted 2 lots in the PRUR subdivision, and this is about a 4-acre parcel, and this is about a 30-acre parcel, and there are 2 homes there's 1 home on each lot, and the subdivision design for the 13 lots takes that into consideration, and each of those lots is on their own, each of those homes is on their own lot.
Okay.
And
no, that makes sense, because in one of your schematics, I actually count 14 lots, and I was assuming because that one of them is already accounted for.
There's 13 lots, and then there's a tract A to hold like stormwater things.
Okay, that answers one question. And then just a couple observations. One is, 3 observations. One, if there's a way we could adopt a different terminology than temporary cul-de-sac when we talk intentionally about streets that are meant to be through streets into the future, I think that will help not create an unrealistic expectations for residents. So I would recommend it's on the plat, not as a temporary cul-de-sac, but as a stub street, as a future connector street, whatever terminology is most appropriate. I would also recommend that I would really like to see us move from discussing putting a sign at the end of that stub street, noting that it's a future connector street, move that to a firm decision, not a possibility. I think that will help us alleviate a lot of confusion into the future. I understand the intentional notation on the plat that would come with when I purchase a home with all my material, but the end of the day is someone going back and digging up all that to re-educate themselves, especially when that home, when a parcel, a home could change hands over decades, and it could be decades, maybe not. We've had 4 just since the beginning of this year of new, subdivisions going into just in District 3. I think that would alleviate some confusions and set a clear expectation that anyone at any time will constantly be aware that this is a future street.
Commissioner Brewer and members of the board, Jay Leipzig, Planning Director. Just a quick note on the language for language we will use. There's best practice language out there that we will certainly utilize. Also, in terms of a firm decision on the placement of that sign and putting that in place, we will do that. Public Works has agreed with that. Planning has also agreed with that, and that was stated at the zoning board meeting as well.
I appreciate that, and I know we're working on the rural comprehensive plan, so if there's any way within that plan, there's just some notation that that's, you know, that's a part of how we do business, that would be great. My last question is a little bit more of a philosophical question as we move forward. I'll underscore that this is the fourth new kind of subdivision that's going in the unincorporated area in District 3. So I'm mindful to a level of cost incurrence that we take on as a county with interior streets as we have more of these types of developments being approved in the unincorporated area. And so I'm thoughtful to, as we are working on that rural comprehensive plan, I'm just going to throw out a discussion, a suggestion, very high level, not really looking for a decision or response at this point in time, that we start to, that we have conversations around cost recovery around interior streets, because we inherit a potential go-forward cost year after, as these come into being, and it's heightened awareness for me because we've had a number of these that have come into being just this year, just in District 3. So this is just not really a conversation at this point, just more of a request.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will just say, Jay Leipzig again, we are exploring those, looking at different methods, either cost recovery or different funding mechanisms that may be in place, such as escrow agreements or additional funding agreements or something like that to help mitigate those costs.
Thank you.
No, and thank you very much for the more theoretical discussion and the further conversation that we'll have, whether it be intentionally as to that item or as part of the rural comprehensive plan. Commissioner Ashcraft, questions on the resolution?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Miller, you had a map up showing its relative location to those three communities, and it brought to mind, I believe those communities have agreements of some sort in terms of future annexation and their potential areas of interest. Do you have any idea where this one falls? Is it destined potentially for Spring Hill or Olathe or even Overland Park? And it's just kind of a curiosity.
So that's true that historically the communities have had annexation agreements. There has been a court case that nullifies those. I don't know if that's exactly the right word, but you're right. I did really closely look at those. The future land use planning of those three cities. First of all, City of Overland Park, this is not in their jurisdiction. It stops at Lackman Road. And then City of Olathe, they showed their new comprehensive plan shows this as being rural residential, which is estate lots. And that is a very current future land use plan. They just adopted that in the last week or two. And then City of Spring Hill, they are in the process of looking at their comprehensive plan, and they're not really very close to being finished yet. And they show this area, this property as being in basically like a rural policy area with 10-acre lots.
The reason I ask is if we've consulted with the appropriate jurisdiction in terms of construction standards. I don't know what the city's expectations are, particularly on roads and drainage, if they have to assume it, but that's been covered.
Yeah,
you're
that's
satisfied.
very good. That's a very good question. We do send out requests for comments to, we've sent it out to both City of Olathe and City of Spring Hill. We did receive a comment from the City of Olathe. If you'll notice that this is the half-section line right here. This is Lackman Road. So the subdivision, it fronts onto Lackman Road and it backs onto the half-section line. City of Olathe has a general policy that they put in a collector at the half-section line. We did receive a request from Olathe to to collect right-of-way at the back of the subdivision. We forwarded that request to the landowner and applicant, and they thought that that wasn't a very reasonable kind of expectation to have a collector street there for the reason of the floodplain and the steep slopes and that type of thing.
Very good. And I just wanted to make comment, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate Commissioner Brewer's observation. What had popped into my brain was snow removal, because you put this defined street in, and the expectation generally in this community is it snows, get it plowed, and it's so far away from any city, that's going to be pressure on the county. So I commend Commissioner Brewer's observation and Mr. Leipzig's response. I hope we pursue that. So thank you.
Mr. Hanson.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I don't have any problem with this item. I just wanted to ask, pursuant to my previous question, the clarification on when planning items do come before the board, because perhaps I've misunderstood. I thought when there was unanimous recommendation from the zoning board and there were no public objections, that it didn't need to come before us. So I just want to make sure I understand, because I think the previous planning items that maybe Commissioner Brewer was referring to did have some public objections to them.
Thank you, Commissioner J. Leipzig. Yes, those items, even when there's unanimous approval, do come before you. They're just placed on the consent agenda. This item is a little bit different, and that staff wanted you to be aware, because there's been a lot of discussion lately about connectivity with the Wakefield Park plat that we just recently brought before you a couple of weeks ago. So that's why we wanted to kind of show you this issue, so you at least have a good understanding of why we're recommending the connection and why we're recommending the permanent cul-de-sac.
Sure, thank you. Yes, and I completely understand that. I just wanted to make sure I understood the general ways that we handle that. Thank you.
Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Chair. Not to make this conversation go longer than it needs to, but do we have any of those signs anywhere else that we're talking about putting at this street?
No, we don't.
Thank you, Karen. Jay Leipzig again. Commissioner Meyer, we do not currently. However, that's something we have, Public Works has a standard specification that they'll utilize, and that was part of, I say, delay in figuring out exactly what the sign will look like and the size of it and that type of thing. But we've put notes on the plat before. That's been used for a number of years, and having that permanent language on the plat, but an actual signage that can be installed is a new concept. And so it's something that was suggested at the zoning board meeting, and then Public Works also had further discussion about that too.
Well, I ask because Commissioner Brewer's concerns was my concerns, because my experience has been many times of having people say, well, we don't want this to be a through street. They told us when we built our home, it wasn't going to be a through street. And so I always said, well, did the developer or the people that were selling the properties not notify residents that the intention is for it to be a through street? And I kept getting answers, no, that was never said. And I was like, that's such an easy thing to do and should be done, I would think. So that, I mean, you're always still going to have some situation where it's going to arise and someone's going to say, we don't want that street to go through for whatever reason. And because of the property next to it, I do think it's going to be developed resident, but it might not. It might be a one-home property, you just don't know. But I was glad to see when I saw the plat that there was two ins and outs of the property, and it's not going to be that way until something else gets developed. But I think that's very important in planning. Commissioner Burr.
Yes, just a couple follow-ups, and then I'll be happy to make the motion when appropriate. The signage conversation, Commissioner Myers, actually came up in one of the more recent items that we just deliberated on Wakefield in some subsequent to the East Zoning Board public meeting on that, meeting with planning staff and Public Works. We discussed about what are our communication opportunities with residents, because in that case, you had a new subdivision that's just been approved that's going to go in next to one that was built in the 70s and 80s. And so that stub street on that older one had been sitting there for decades, not being connected, the final connection. And so this was actually a suggestion from Public Works that this could be maybe a way to better communicate. So I'm hoping we're going to see this both for any new project that is in the process that has a potential future connector street, that this just becomes a process. Then just a follow-up for Commissioner Ashcraft. Earlier this year, just north of the property in question, just north of 183rd, there was a subdivision that we approved that has, will have two streets that end in cul-de-sacs on either side of that detention pond. I can't remember, it's around 27 homes maybe total. Thereabouts, it's over 20 homes, but anyway, so as far as appropriate land use and is this in keeping, a little bit of that die has been cast because we already approved that development, like I said, in that parcel that is just north of this property, north of 183rd Street. So just a couple clarifications.
How about a motion?
I move to adopt Resolution 072-26, which approves a rezoning from the PRUR district to the PRN2 district and a preliminary plat to be known as Reserve at Wolf Creek for the reasons and subject to the stipulations set forth within the resolution.
Allenbrand, second.
Moved by Commissioner Brewer, seconded by Commissioner Allenbrand. Commissioner Allenbrand for the comment.
Chair, just very quickly, I just want to say, I think sometimes we can do everything that we want to do by putting up signs but I've always tell homeowners, make sure that you really investigate your property when you're moving there. So check with the Planning Commission, check with, because if a sign comes down and they say, well, there was no sign there, because those signs do disappear unless you're out there traveling, you really do need to check where you're moving. What apartments are going in, so that you are aware of how things are zoned. So I would just advise that.
Very good. Seeing no further questions or comments on Commissioner Brewer's motion, would the clerk call the roll?
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, 7 in favor, none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Very good. Thank you so much. We'll now move on to item number 14 on your agenda. This is consideration of executing a mutual termination agreement and authorizing an exception to competition and contract to approve a contract. Company, this is for the county's pharmacy benefits manager. Brent Christensen is here to discuss the item. Mr. Christensen, welcome back.
Good morning, Brent Christensen, Financial Management Administration. Johnson County has made the decision not to move forward with contracting with MedOne for the remainder of the year effective September 1st. We are grateful for their partnership and the work MedOne has provided to the county. As we look ahead, the county is pursuing a contracting approach that better aligns with our current service delivery goals and operational needs. So saying that, I'm recommending that we move forward with an exception to competition to contract with Capital RX. They were the runner-up in last year's Pharmacy Benefits Manager RFP process. While they scored a little lower than MedOne, they ranked first in one of the most important parts, at least for me, on the cost proposal. When we reached out to Capital RX about taking on this service, we asked for an updated cost proposal, and I hope that we were close to what they provided to us last spring of '25. Fortunately, they came back with the same admin and dispensing fees and rebate proposals as before. The only difference was the ingredient for the drug costs, which is expected as formulary drug cost list changes every January and July 1st across the pharmaceutical industry. On the positive side, Capital RX is already a preferred provider for Blue KC, or Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Kansas City. They are our medical plan administrator. So that gives me confidence that we'll have a smooth implementation this summer. Additionally, going forward in the summer of the implementation, it will also help our benefit staff, because that will actually be maybe our a time that we have a little more time to work on the implementation and moving forward, so that we don't have to do it and rush through it before open enrollment period that comes up annually each fall. In addition, Lockton, the county's pharmacy consultant, assisted staff in providing references for other employers that are similar in the size of the county, and to help ensure that Capital RX understands our scope of service. And they have satisfied by responding. We were satisfied by the responses. And so, to wrap up, I'm asking the board to officially approve the canceling of the PBM contract with MedOne, and to authorize a new 3-year, 4-month contract with Capital RX effective September 1st. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Allenbrand.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for all your work you've done on this. And Chair, when you're ready, have a motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Ashcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Christensen, you almost answered this question. I just wanted to make sure we understand. Do you foresee any impact on the employee services by this change?
Can you define employee services?
Or how to impact employees in the use of this service?
Okay, very good, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, our goal is to have a very smooth transition and to, for example, if you already have a prioritization for a drug, we're not going to be asking for you to get another prioritization for that same drug September 1st. If you have it that carries out through the end of the year, it will just automatically roll forward.
And all parties involved are coordinating, working on this together?
Yes.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Allenbrand, how about your motion, please?
Thank you, Chair. I move the board authorize the chair of the board to execute the mutual termination agreement with all related documents regarding the contract cancellation with MedOne Pharmacy Benefit Solutions, MedOne, as the county's pharmacy benefits manager, PBM, and the board authorize an exemption to competition to contract for the county's PBM, and to approve a contract with Capital RX to administer the county's self-funded group pharmacy plan at a cost not to exceed $925,000 annually for 3- and 4-month period effective September 1st, 2026.
Is there a second?
Second, Hanslick, with an amendment for a 3-year and 4-month period.
Thank you very much for that friendly amendment. So moved by Commissioner Allenbrand, seconded by Commissioner Hanslick. Any further questions or comments on this one? Seeing none, will the clerk call the roll, please?
Commissioner Fest.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allenbrand.
Allenbrand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye. That is 7 in favor and none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Very good. Thank you very much. We'll move on at this time to a county management report from Ms. Bostoke Ferguson.
Chairman and Commissioners, good morning. I would like first for Bo McCall and Aaron Otto to come forward and give an update on World Cup. As you know, and as was mentioned earlier, the first match takes place in Mexico City, and we've been planning and preparing, and we are ready. From an operational standpoint, Johnson County Services and how we support the region. One area that Bo and Aaron will not be covering today, but you probably are aware, I just want to make sure that on the public safety side, we have Sheriff's Office and MedAct that are helping the regional efforts, and their ongoing efforts. They've been preparing, training together, and so proud of all of their efforts. Emergency management, our EOC operation, is underway and will be open through July 19th. So all those preparations, we're ready. It's here. We're excited. So I'll kick it over to Bo and Aaron to give more detail, and then I'll wrap up with some communication items.
Bo?
Good morning, Commissioners, Chair, County Manager. Usually I would open up with a countdown clock, but there's no more countdown. We are here. We're hours away from the opening ceremony, so the moment we've been waiting for is here. The first match is going to kick off today in Mexico City with South Africa and Mexico. Wanted to just bring it back to what this moment means for the region. The world is coming to Kansas City. As of right now, we have 8 nations and 4 continents that will be representing here in the region, Kansas City and Johnson County. We also had the privilege for another team to join us this week. Team Bolivia came to town. And even though they didn't qualify for the World Cup, they were playing a friendly with Algeria. They're playing a number of friendlies, so we can welcome a 9th country now to our region. We still have more to come with the round of 32 and the quarterfinal as well. Wanted to go back to the matches because this is what the entire tournament is focused around. Our first match is going to be coming up on Tuesday with Argentina and Algeria. Next week, there's going to be another match on Saturday, Ecuador and Curacao. So thrilled for those. Those will be opening up and kicking off on Tuesday. I get a lot of questions when I do community presentations about when is it going to be busy around the community? Like, what should we do around traffic? And one of my responses, and just want to share with everybody, that keep an eye on this match schedule. So this match schedule is really important as far as your planning. On match days and match days -1, it's good to just plan to leave a little bit of extra time whenever you're going somewhere. Probably throughout the duration of this tournament, wouldn't be a bad idea just to leave yourself a little extra time, especially if you're going to be traveling anywhere near downtown or around the plaza area. Just make sure you're leaving yourself time. But for the community, keep an eye on this calendar and then also the days before each of these matches. FIFA Fan Fest is going to be opening up for its first day today. We had the chance to preview a soft launch a few nights ago. This is, I have said that I've seen these renderings probably every day for the past 6 months or close to it, and I was still completely floored when I walked in for the first time and saw the Welcome to the Heartland heart welcoming everyone. And so this is an amazing event and experience for the community. So proud to have that here. I recommend everybody go down and check it out. There's going to be 18 open dates. Don't park down there. Take one of the regional transit services that Aaron's going to talk about to get down there. But that will be open for its first day today. Hopefully the weather will be cooperating. It's going to be open throughout the weekend. Again, those passes for FIFA Fan Fest are free. They do have premium passes. They're also available in their garden and luxury lounges. I would recommend that if you are planning to go down to Fan Fest, go ahead and get those tickets, those passes booked pretty soon. A lot of the premium passes and even some of the GA passes are sold out or close to selling out on some of the dates. So make sure you go on and check that out. On the website, you can see the overview, you can plan the experience, also see the artist lineup and the dates and times that are coming. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Aaron to talk about transit, and then I'll provide an update on some of the community activations that are happening.
Before we shift into transit, I do want to just add one more observation, and it's kind of looking at a national or North American perspective. In the United States, there are a number of communities that are not holding a Fan Fest. Cost and other reasons they didn't get it done. There's also a number of communities that are hosting one and charging a decent charge to get into admission. And it's pretty amazing the work that KC26 has done to not only have one, to have it be free for general admission, and then to have the lineup of performers that they're having is quite remarkable in terms of their stage. So a lot of props to KC26. Continuing with that, it's a good transition to their transit plan. They've started solidifying, and everything is in place, as you've heard previously. We will have different routes that run out of Johnson County and throughout the region, both the Fan Fest and then the Stadium Direct as the tournaments get underway here in Kansas City. Just a refresher on our service, the Link service did start as a soft launch a couple days ago. Today it starts with a nominal fare that matches the same rate that KC26 is charging. So there's a day pass, week pass, and then a tournament pass for that. But that gives us an opportunity to deploy drivers on about 20, 25-minute headways throughout these 3 different geographic areas. We've seen the Overland Park and Lenexa City Center airport route going into week 2 this week, picking up a lot of passengers that are Johnson County residents. Lenexa's done really well recently, kind of a little surprise to me that they're a little bit more leaning in that direction in terms of our pickup spots. We have also started something that you may or may not have seen on social media, a effort to try to promote both of these services, both through earned media and postings, but also through some social media ad buying as well. Starting next Monday, we'll be promoting both of these services, but with emphasis on the airport service at Kansas City's airport. One of their legacy projects was buying a large digital screen for advertising right by the baggage claim area where you leave out after you picked up your bags. We're going to be part of that new rotation, kind of in their second, third month here of advertising there. We're also looking at advertising at Johnson County Parks and Rec events with the new big screen that you helped finance a few months back for their different watch parties. Like I said, the Link service started just a couple days ago. There's your values of what the costs are. It's $5 for a day pass, $25 for 7 days, and $50 for the tournament. As Bo said, there's a few of these locations that do have some parking, but we encourage people, this is a great way to pick up this route and make it to like Oak Park Mall to get to FanFest. This is very easy to use working with the transit app. All of this has been integrated together so you can do your route planning very simply. So hopefully it's a walk or a short Uber or somebody dropping off at one of these sites, and then you work your way into the festivities. And I'll turn it back over to Bo.
So where can you find all the information that Aaron just discussed? It's all on johnsoncountyunited.com. As well as more events that are going on around the region. We're about to publish an event calendar, so anybody going to johnsoncountyunited.com will be able to see what events are happening, as well as all the community activations. You can go on right now and you can see those community activations that are happening around the county. Things to do, health and safety, and a little bit of history and culture around the county as well. And this is translated in multiple languages. So again, for all of our visitors that will be coming into the region, I want to make sure they were able to access that information as well. The Johnson County Magazine, the JoCo Magazine Special Edition for the World Cup is being delivered to mailboxes and businesses all over the county this week. It's essentially a issue that talks about everything the county's doing to plan and prepare for the World Cup, and also everything that's happening around the county during that time. So would encourage everybody to check that out. If you didn't receive one or are curious about it before maybe you receive it, you can also check it out online. The first Theater in the Park watch party is coming up on June 16th. Just want to reiterate that these are free. You just need to go online to register. There will be 20 Theater in the Park watch parties between June 16th and July 19th. They're focusing on the matches that are going to be at KC Stadium, the KC Base Camp teams that are all the teams that are here, as well as the U.S. Men's National Team, and then also the final week, the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the final match there. So you can see the calendar of what's coming up. In between the different events, there will be a movie night, so they're going to be hosting it on that new screen, hosting different movie events. So that will be also free and open to the public. But again, would just welcome everybody to go check that out in the upcoming month. Volunteer shifts are also still available. So if that's any community organizations out there who are still potentially looking to get out and be active and be involved, there's still that opportunity with JCPRD's watch parties. And then one of the more incredible things and initiatives to happen around the World Cup have been all the free community activations that have come together over the past couple of years of planning. And so you can see this represented here as far as just the Johnson County community celebrations. There's community celebrations happening all around the metro. Most of them are free, but you can see what we have here with Pitch Lenexa, Goal Latha, Leewood for the Goal. Overland Park has a number of events happening, Americana and Ailes and Shawnee. We just had the Unity Cup last weekend, Game On in Merriam. Mission's also hosting. We have a America 250 right in the middle of this, as well as Juneteenth. So plenty of ways to be active and be involved in the community during that time. And in Johnson County alone, we have 35 events happening, all free, to go out between now and July 19th. And wanted to share, as far as an ending slide, about the Unity Cup. Last weekend, we kicked this all off here in Johnson County with the Kansas City Unity Cup. This was the first edition of the Unity Cup. It was at Heritage Park. We had, it was a great showing from teams. 13 teams showed up for the 7v7 tournament. Honduras won 3-2 over Palestine in the finals, so congratulations to Honduras for being the first Unity Cup champions. But this was a great partnership. There were 8 food vendors. Ethnic Enrichment Commission of Kansas City was also a partner, as well as Cap Fed. And one of my favorite things about the World Cup, and wanted to share this, is the stories around the World Cup. And my favorite story so far of this World Cup tournament actually starts right here in Johnson County. Happened last weekend at the Unity Cup. If you're not familiar with this story, there were 3 Argentina cyclists who biked on bicycles all the way from Argentina to Kansas City over a 9-month period, 11,000 miles, 17 countries. They arrived in Kansas City a couple weeks ago. And at the Unity Cup last week, Chairman Kelly presented them on behalf of the county 3 match tickets to the Argentina match coming up on Tuesday. And so, again, just an amazing story. And there's going to be all types of stories like this in Kansas City and around the country happening over the next few months. So just encourage everybody to get out, be a part of those free activations. Whether you're a soccer fan or not, there's going to be a little bit of something for everyone coming up in the next few weeks. And with that, I just want to, as we move in to the opening match, just send out a big thank you to all the partners in the county, everybody that's been working around the clock inside Johnson County, around the region of the Metro, KC 2026, Mid-America Regional Council, so many partners to name, all the local governments that are around the Metro. This, I've said it before, and I'll continue to say it, one of the legacies of this event is going to be the partnerships that have been built over the past few years. Going forward, we are stronger as a region because of this moving forward. And so just want to send out a big thank you also to all of our first responders that are going to be working overtime and around the clock over the upcoming weeks to ensure our communities are safe and secure. And also thank you to the board and the county for just also all the support going forward through this event. It truly is going to be a transformational time for our community.
And I would like to add a special thank you to Bo and Aaron, who have provided leadership in transit and coordination with all of our partners externally, but for a moment, all the ones that are internal. And you know, we're so fortunate to have the chair be on the World Cup 2026 and be very visible. And the stories that you told is there's more that I'm hearing that are happening, which is great. But also there's a number of people that are kind of behind the scenes doing a lot of extra work as well. And but first, I just want to pause and say thank you, Bo and Aaron, and I think we should just give them an extra round of applause for all their prep. I would also add to that emergency management with Dan Robeson and his team. There's so many people to list, but there's 2 other people I would like to acknowledge, and that's Lisa Thurber and her team and communications, the things that they're doing extra above and beyond, and also Aaron Wynn, who's really been coordinating between Chairman's World Cup 2026 duties and our team. So I did want to acknowledge them as well. And Chair, I'm sure you have many things to add, but thank you.
We would be here for a long time to add all the things. I think there'll be a time for more voluminous thank yous. I'll say ditto to the thanks that have been recognized by our county manager and by Bo. The one thing I will want to emphasize at this point is this is our moment for Johnson County, for the Metro region. And that means all of our residents too. While we want to show some incredible hospitality, and we're showing that, and we want folks to make this their home away from home, this is also an opportunity for everybody that lives here, whether you're a soccer fan or you're soccer curious, or if you just like celebrating with your community. There is a number of opportunities for folks to enjoy their summer in a unique way. This will be a year that we always remember. So I just want to encourage folks to take that opportunity, to come to these celebrations, to use the public transit, to enjoy yourselves and show that real community spirit, that heart of America that we truly are. So looking forward to the work ahead. Commissioner Allen Brand has a question.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to say thank you, but thank you. And I just want you to know, you spoke at my Rotary group, the Johnson County Rotary Group, and so did Jeff. And numerous of the Rotary groups signed up along with their older adult children that are actually volunteering along with Honeywell execs out at Theater in the Park. But they also, I've heard from numerous people how easy it is to get online to get the tickets and how easy it is to get into Theater in the Park. And I want to thank my commissioners. The big jumbo tram, I'm excited to also see the revenue that's going to come in for that Fun Fest. I mean, there's just a lot of buzz and talk.
That's
around
fantastic.
Theater in the Park, so I'm excited about that. One question I was asked, for people that are handicapped, is there, I know we have a lot of handicap seating in there. Is that something that's going to be reserved for people with people with handicap needs that actually need them?
So I would recommend going online to
I'll
check.
check.
They,
Okay.
Yeah, Theater in the Park should have that information online as far as,
Okay.
yes, how that seating would work.
I just got a text this morning on that, so I wanted to make sure, but again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Mr. McCall, I just wanted to offer that you have been a wonderful point guard for this project and for Johnson County. And I'm sure you'll have a time to wind down in maybe 6 or 8 weeks, but you've done a good job. You're very professional, and you put the best face, absolutely the best face on this. So congratulations on that. I did have one serious type of question to follow up on. In the past 30 days or so, there's been some expressions of concern about the occupancy projections. Do you have a quick update on that? And I know the games haven't started here, but we've got to be getting closer. Any information would be appreciated.
As far as the messaging from Visit KC and KC 2026, we're still sticking to around that 600 to 650,000 number. That's the most recent updates I've heard. Occupancies have gone up around the match days around the city. Last weekend at KCI was the busiest weekend since Thanksgiving as far as travelers coming in. And so we are seeing some trends of those numbers increasing up, but we'll continue to keep monitoring.
Thank you.
Okay, next item. Thank you, Bo. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Board of County Commissioners, for all the support on these efforts. Exciting times. So the next item, I'll ask Aaron Otto to come forward. You have this in your packet. It's information about Johnson County's contribution to Kansas property valuation, and with our portion being over a third of the state. There's a report that highlights that, and Aaron, I think you have a few highlights in addition to that.
Absolutely. Thank you, County Manager. This is a report that comes out every year from the County Appraiser's Office, and I do just want to highlight a couple points, as Penny mentioned. It's pretty remarkable because I think it speaks to the fact that businesses, individuals, people want to live in Johnson County and the economic development that's thriving here in our community. So just to give a couple stats, Johnson County, when it comes to total appraised value, sits at about 36.6% of the county's, or the state's total appraised property value. What's interesting is that there's kind of considered 5 urban counties. When you put the other 4 urban counties together, they don't quite hit 30. So almost the same, but not quite. And then there's still, that leaves 100 counties in Kansas that contribute 34%. So it's almost a third between Johnson County, the other 4 suburban counties or urban counties, and the rest of the state. So just kind of an interesting observation when it comes to the contributions, the success that Johnson County contributes both to the state, but really what reflects back on it, the high quality of life, the good public amenities, the safe schools, and public safety that really makes Johnson County work. So a lot of good data in there that is available on the appraiser's website for more detail.
Thank you, Aaron. With that, Chairman, that concludes my report.
No, thank you very much. One thing I just want to mention with that appraisal report, this measures valuation determined by the market, not property tax. So I'll just note that. At this time, I believe we have commissioner comments. So we'll start. Commissioner Fast, being virtual, you get the honor of going first if you'd like.
Yes. Thank you. I don't have none. I don't have any. Thank you.
Right down the line with Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Chair. Not a lot of comment, except that I'm excited. I'm going to have all my grandsons ready to go to that first showing at Theater in the Park for the World Cup. We're all signed up, excited, ready to go, and Grandpa's going to be busy and I'm sure tired afterwards.
Well, good luck, sir. Commissioner Burr.
Yes, and I'll just start a little bit World Cup as well. I'm just going to say as a consumer, as a resident who's starting to plan my time, enjoying all the activities, I will say, if you think you're going to use transit out to a match game, be making those reservations now. I had some residents, actually neighbors, reaching out with questions because there's already, some of them are already sold out because it's being used, which is great. So I made sure that I got my time booked. So too with the various Fan Fest, as we've said a number of times, the Big Fan Fest down at World War I Museum general admission is free, but you do need a pass. So too with Theater in the Park, with Starlight Theater in the Park. So if you think you're going to go on a given day, I encourage you to make those ticket reservations now. And I will say there's also a lot of events happening in our cities, and some of them are ticketed as well. So I just encourage folks to. We have we're being given a gift of lots of events and activities going on throughout our communities over the next month or so, and take advantage of that. Share that I'm participating in a Kansas Health Institute research project. They are doing research around talking to commissioners around the state of Kansas regarding vision and values for a research project they're doing. So I was happy to participate in that. We had our Johnson County Juvenile Corrections Advisory Board meeting earlier this week, and a lot of good work is being done there. I really appreciate, we have representation from a lot of different key sectors, including the judiciary, and we had good conversation on how important the justice, what I want to say, juvenile intake and assessment supervisors are to the whole process, and how intensive supervision and that work helps with some deferring of some further issues, and plays an important partnership with the juvenile justice system. And then I was happy we have 2 new libraries that have come online recently who have gone through expansions and renovations, one of which was the Spring Hill Library, did a soft opening on June the 3rd. They had 1,000 folks come out on that first day of the soft opening and 600 on that second day. So I would say there's been a lot of pent-up anticipation in Spring Hill for that renovation and expansion. It's almost twice the size it was before the expansion, and I was pleased to be able to have the mayor of Spring Hill and the city manager along, as well as my appointee to the library board, as a part of that tour and conversation about all the exciting things that are happening at the library in Spring Hill. And they opened up just in time for the youth summer reading program. So it was perfect timing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Ashcraft, why don't you go next, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just 3 quick observations. I wanted to note that actually this past week or so, there were 2 birthdays. Susan Meyer, Mayor Meyer, who supports the commission and the staff. Sometimes in the audience, people don't see her, but she provides a lot of services and information and takes care of a lot of constituent services and calls. I wanted to wish her happy birthday. And the second is someone on this dais who I also understand has announced a change in life path. Julie Karen's birthday was earlier this week, and she announced her retirement. I can't imagine retiring at such a young age, so congratulations. Finally, Mr. Chairman, we've had a lot of focus on FIFA, which is appropriate for our region, but we are also coming up to the 250th anniversary of the nation. And today, as it were, is actually the 250th anniversary of the formation of what was called the Committee of Five, made up of John Adams, Roger Sherman, Ben Franklin, Robert Livingston, and Thomas Jefferson. Those individuals were asked to put together a document reflecting the intent of the Congress, thank you, to move forward from English rule. And between now and early July, about the same time that we're celebrating or working on the FIFA efforts, they crafted the Declaration of Independence. And Benjamin Franklin was put on that committee because he was such an eloquent writer and thinker, and everyone wanted him to take the lead on that. And his position was he'd be glad to help, but he wasn't going to lead it because he couldn't stand having other people edit his work. So the task fell to Thomas Jefferson, and as they say, the rest is history. So just a recognition of the 250th anniversary, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Allenbrand.
Thank you, Chair. Well, this weekend, I was at Harp's grocery store in DeSoto, and Northwest Consolidated Fire Department was having a fundraiser along with the Sheriff's Department and their new motorcycles, which are really, really cool. They wanted me to get on one, but I'm like, I don't think so with my arm. But anyway, they're really, really cool. And so there was a lot of people out to see that. I also, from Deputy Marengo, got a little camera on crime scenes. And Chair and Myers, I'd be more than happy to get some for your grandkids. They're pretty cool. Not your grandkids, Chair, but your kids. So
News to me.
but I better clarify that. Also, I want to thank Erin Nguyen. She gave a presentation to the Johnson County Rotary, and again, I'm always amazed at how many people don't understand what the county's doing. And she explained it so well, and everyone has. It's been there. Just kudos to her. But I also want to thank her and the chair. I continue to work with JCDS and helping get some funding gaps for the Floyd departments. And she has helped us along with Ms. Bowers and getting those presentations ready to go. And I appreciate the chair helping as well. So that's been fun. I also wanted to share with my fellow commissioners, I yesterday attended the DeSoto Chamber Luncheon, and it was all about the data center. Also Kansas City Tech Council and Beetle Infrastructure. And the misinformation that's out there on data systems, I don't know if people are aware of, off of 10 and 7, there is a small data center. And you can go out there and see some of the, you can't hear things, you can't. And so it was really, really, really very educational. I don't know if a lot of us understand that it's your medical records, it's your, it's all personal data that they're protecting. And also in Kansas City, Missouri, they have a data center, and that's where the Army has all their stuff. So, I mean, it's most misunderstood, but I do have a sheet here with QR codes if anybody wants to go on to know a little bit more information. And let's see, what else did I have? Again, I just want to reiterate that Theater in the Park. I am hearing with all the events I went to this week, how much people are looking forward to going over to see that big screen. And now that I know Myers is there with his grandkids for the first game, I can make sure I can text that out, because that will be something. Thank you.
Hey, Commissioner Hanslick.
Thank you. Well, as has been said, this is a very busy time of year. There are a lot of things going on, and I wanted to first of all, congratulate the City of Overland Park on the opening of Clock Tower Landing, and it is the new location for the farmers market. So I hope folks will have the opportunity to go by there on Wednesdays and Saturdays, but get there early because the produce goes fast. Also want to mention that tomorrow and Saturday is the Johnson County KU Extension Garden Tour that only happens once every 2 years, and is a great opportunity to kind of look behind the garden gate at some of your neighbors' amazing gardens. I'm looking forward to it. I also wanted to take a moment to recognize World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, which is this coming Monday. As the board liaison to the Commission on Aging, I think it's really important that we take note of that. And also to recognize and thank our Aging and Human Services Department. We heard from them today about the number of meals they're serving to vulnerable people in our community, and also want to thank the Commission on Aging. This year, the Johnson County Area Agency on Aging is partnering with the Kansas Department for Children and Families to host a free presentation on durable powers of attorney and protecting older adults from financial exploitation. You can attend in person next Thursday, June 18th, or if you can't make that, there is a virtual option on Monday, June 22nd. And as someone who has almost 88-year-old mom who lives by herself in Florida, these issues continue to take on greater meaning. So I'm really grateful that we're offering these kinds of educational options. Finally, I wanted to mention I had a really interesting opportunity yesterday to speak to a group of residents at Children's Mercy Hospital. And the topic of my presentation was, what does county government have to do with healthcare? And we had a lot of fun, and it gave me the opportunity to do a lot of research on the history of healthcare responsibilities in the county, dating back all the way to 8 years after Johnson County was established in 1855, which was in 1863 when the county poor farm was established, and that was in it's at the location of what is now 119th and Ridgeview, and we still continue to provide services in that property. So if anyone's interested, I did a PowerPoint, and I'd be glad to share that. But it is a really interesting topic, and to Commissioner Allenbrand's point, most people have no idea what all the county does in regard to health care. So thank you.
Thank you very much. A lot has been said about FIFA today, and I appreciate that work. A lot of great work got done today in our meeting as well. Some pretty monumental things, helping folks with intellectual and physical disabilities with housing, making our customer service better for developers and residents who are building in Johnson County. So I don't want all that to get lost in all the excitement around FIFA. There's a lot of super fans that are in town that are celebrating the matches, and I think that's great. We have a lot of super fans that live here that are big soccer fans. But I think it's also pretty interesting that we as county commissioners and this board also have some super fans. There are people that watch these meetings week in and week out. Jeff Harkness, you're a super fan, buddy. Thank you. But there's also super fans that watch online, and I wanted to send a special message and a thank you to one of them today, and that's Danny Roberson. Danny is an incredible young man. He's bright. He is an animal lover, and he is a Johnson County Board of County Commissioners super fan. He watches all of our meetings. And he can, he would be a great county commissioner someday, if he ever should so choose. Danny is also, along with his family, an advocate with the little lobbyists that not only locally but nationally advocate for understanding for the challenges facing families with family members who have disabilities and the impacts of cuts to the Affordable Care Act or to Medicaid, and how that impacts real families, not only here in Johnson County and Kansas, but across the country. I know Danny is recovering right now from surgery, so we wanted to wish him a speedy recovery. Danny, we're going to send you a care package on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners just to say get well, and hope you are as excited as we are to showcase Johnson County to the world. And thank you for all you do. Thanks for paying attention to the Johnson County Board of County Commissioners. We sure appreciate it. With that, we have completed all of our business that's on today's agenda, other than an executive session and a relatively lengthy executive session. So what I would suggest that we do is we take a brief break now of approximately 15 minutes, allow folks to maybe, there's lunch that's here for everybody, grab a plate, and then we come back and we'll dive into an executive session at about 12:20, give or take. That be amenable to everybody?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll be in recess. Thank you. Good afternoon. We are back on the record. We will now hear a motion from Commissioner Hanslick.
Thank you, Chair. I move that the board recess its open meeting and convene an executive session at 12:35 PM for a total period of 45 minutes for the purpose under KSA 754319B2 of consultation with legal counsel, which would be privileged in the attorney-client relationship to discuss legal advice on budget, and to reconvene in open session in this room at approximately 1:20 PM. The county manager, assistant county manager Darren Liker, the human resource director, the budget director, and chief counsel will attend this discussion, and the deputy county manager will attend this discussion relating to potential litigation.
Alan Brand, second.
So moved by Commissioner Hanslick, seconded by Commissioner Allen Brand. Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Commissioner Fast.
Aye.
Commissioner Myers.
Myers, aye.
Commissioner Brewer.
Brewer, aye.
Commissioner Hanslick.
Hanslick, aye.
Commissioner Ashcraft.
Yes.
Commissioner Allen Brand.
Alan Brand, aye.
Chairman Kelly.
Aye, that's 7 in favor and none against. Is that consistent with your count?
It is.
Very good. Then we'll be in recess. Thank you.
I don't know if I have to.
Okay, are we ready?
Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you all very much. We are back on the record out of an executive session. No actions being taken by the board at this time. Therefore, there are no further items on today's agenda. Absent objection, we are adjourned. We will allow a short break to allow the technology to change, and then we'll start with the committee of the whole. Thank you all very much.